to go through. And yeah, I'll hand it over for the hybrid notes.
Sounds good. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, to the December Park and Recreation Commission meeting. My name is Marco Rivero, and I am the staff liaison to the PRC. I would like to remind our attendees that the PRC meeting will be recorded, and that just began a few seconds ago. We ask that commissioners, presenters, and attendees please mute your microphones and turn off your video feeds if you're not speaking. For those attending via telephone, you can mute and unmute your microphones by dialing *6. Top toolbar contains a raise your hand function in case a commission member or presenter has a question during the meeting. And commissioners and presenters may share their screens using the share content box above. The chat box will also be checked routinely, mainly to address logistical questions or issues during the meeting. As way of information, we'll be holding a public comment period at the beginning of the meeting. Each public commenter will have up to 3 minutes for public comment, and I will signal to the speaker once the time is up. Just for the record, I have not received any official public comments, but if there's anyone on the call that may want to comment, we'll recognize you in a few minutes. Thank you very much, and I will turn it over to our chair.
Awesome. Okay. Let me. Sorry. So first and foremost, want to mention that we did not meet quorum in either our October or November meetings. So we need to approve the minutes for both of those.
For October and November.
Yes. Actually, we didn't meet it in November.
We met it in October, but did not meet it in November.
So we need.
Yeah. Not in
Yes.
And November. Yeah. Okay. So unless there is any opposition, I would like to go ahead and approve those meeting minutes. Great. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're good on that. So yeah, today we're going to be talking about just some logistical kind of items, end of the year, beginning of the year stuff, our new dates for next year, turnover, things like that. Should be sweet and quick. But want to check now, moving to public comment. I don't know who the external phone number is.
Yeah,
actually.
Not sure, but if there's anyone on the call who is a public commenter, please identify yourself and we will recognize you at this time. Doesn't look like we have public comments, so I think we're good.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, great. So first item on the agenda today is for us to chat about our year, what are we calling it? Plan of action and the year-end report. So we put these together annually, guys. The first, these are both all attachments that are have been sent around to you guys. I would encourage you to take a look at them, but just to go over briefly, every year we put out the year in review and year-end report, and in that we include the major goals and initiatives, reflections on how we felt. We addressed those goals and initiatives, and then we put together a quick one-page summary on all of the actions that we participated in. And I think that it's just a good wrap-up for us, not only to demonstrate what we have done individually, but you can actually tie your name to a lot of these different things. You know, as I'm thinking about my volunteerism and moving into the next stages of stuff, it's good to like kind of keep an audit of the stuff that you've already done and stuff that you have participated in, so you can take a look at that. Looking forward, and more importantly to me, our plan of action for next year does look very similar to many of our previous years' plan of action, with an emphasis on participating in SPRCs and commenting on the budget and our PSMP, continuing to fight for open public space and land acquisition, Bill Thomas Award, things like that. This year, we are also putting more of an emphasis on our stormwater management plan or this upcoming year, 2024, and our commitment to creating more holistic methodologies across the organization that I think, you know, colloquially we could say hinge on the FNRP being in place as well. And so having this like momentum of supporting documentation finally in the county representing our interests is just a reason that we should be pushing further, not only for the implementation of those plans, but for the promises that are outlined there to actually be fulfilled on. That's what I think with the our focus will be in 2024, which is exciting. So yeah, any questions about either of those? We will be sending both of these to the county board office in January. Yeah. Yeah, yes. Yes.
The draft that you sent out of the work plan,
Yes.
looks like maybe it's got a typo, you're missing the stormwater maybe.
Amazing. Let me find it.
On the second page.
Oh,
It just says stormwater management.
amazing, amazing. I'll have to put that back in.
Yeah.
Okay, let me,
Well, I think you moved it to the end of the first section.
did I? Maybe I just need to get rid of that title. All good.
But you could build it out to a full section.
I think it may be better. I got it, Adam. No
No,
worries.
already, okay.
I think it may be better built into another section, Joe. So let me take a look at that again.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if we should also note, like, you have a line in here about
Yes,
supporting PSMP implementation.
yes,
I'm wondering if we should also include a simple sentence about FFP.
yes.
That's a new one. To kind of emphasize a lot of the comments we made in PC last week about, okay, it's great, we wrote this beautiful document, but now what?
And we will also be speaking at the upcoming full board meeting on this as well. So
Yeah.
it just reiterates that.
Right.
Amazing. I can do that. Easy. I'll add it to the title and I will switch around those titles. Any other comments or questions on the purpose or function of those two documents?
So you're saying those will go to them in January, like?
Yes, we have time on this. So if you want to take a more comprehensive look too, we have time to edit this. I'll be talking about another letter that we don't have as much of a timeline on. So if you want to take a pause and read through these documents in full, we generally send these out before our first meeting in the next year. So we have time left. Awesome. Okay, so then for brevity, I will move forward, but please continue to provide feedback on both of those items. I would definitely love to continue to edit them. Okay. All right, we're gonna move to tentative dates for 2024, which is a fine art that Marco has dedicated himself to creatively. And yeah, I think there's a lot for you to mention on this slide.
Get to hear me speak, jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, sent this around earlier, with the agenda, but wanted to, formally introduce it to the commission for the upcoming year. So these are the tentative dates for our 2024, commission meetings. As you can see here, we have identified, locations and the dates for our in-person settings. Typically will be within this conference room. But also we've identified the 3 virtual only meetings that we have on a quarterly basis. So our first one for the year will actually be in January. So that'll be a nice treat there. And then afterwards, our second one will be on May 28th, followed by September 24th for our final meeting our final virtual only meeting of the year. At this point, I am also coordinating with the Sports Commission staff liaison to finalize a date and time for our joint Sports Commission and Park and Recreation Commission meeting. We are pushing for the February meeting for that. If that does not occur, we will be meeting here in Bosman, but it will not be in the Cherry Conference Room. It'll be in room 311 just upstairs. And then we've also identified a hold on March 19th or whichever date the Sports Commission meets as well. Sometimes we also meet whenever they meet as well. So we have both February and March identified as potential meeting dates with the Sports Commission for our joint meeting. Within the red, I guess you could say caret or designation there, those are conflicts with the county board meeting. So we have one conflict in March, but that may resolve itself if we do meet with the Sports Commission in March during their date. But if not, that would be one conflict. The second conflict is actually something we're not too worried about because that is actually tracking for October 22nd of next year. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to build in time to plan for the 2023 Bill Thomas Awards over the summer. So we'll start, coming up with the committee appointments and having that review done. Actually, the requests for nominees and then the reviews done during that summer season into early fall. So that way we can have a recognition as well as a ceremony planned for October of next year. And we're going to try to do that as something as a standard for this commission. So just be on the lookout for that. So sometime I would say maybe in April or May of next year, we'll start that process. But we can certainly talk through when would be a good opportunity to, have any commission members, step in as part of that chair and vice chair committee for the awards.
So is it 2023 or 2020?
So it'd be the 2023 awards, recognizing service for 2023 in 2024.
Yeah, always confusing.
Yeah.
And right now, Nelson and Alex, since you guys participated with Melissa for last year's award, we would be looking to you too, for one or both of you to be part of the nomination and awarding committee for next year. And then we will bring on someone else, maybe like Gary or Claire, or new members if we have some new members by that time in the same fashion. But we don't have to decide that. Just heads up for next August, I guess. So that's what we're looking at.
Speaking of August, the last thing I'll mention for the tentative meetings is I've identified two meeting dates, August 20th or August 27th for the field trip. So if there are any places within the county, any new projects, any new parks, anything that sparks anyone's interest, we can certainly start the organization with staff and with other members to have a guided tour to these places. So just let me know. During the next year, if you have any interest, and we'll go ahead and start organizing that. So these dates try to align without having to impede with the recess meeting for the county board, with the exception of these two dates in March and in October. So if you have any questions, either anyone on the call or anyone here around the table, that should be it for my end.
And hats off to Marco for reserving all the rooms.
Yes, that has been a journey for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest things. Thank you.
And in the new year, when the dates are confirmed, Marco will be sending out invites like he did for
That's
this
right.
year, which is.
So we'll be sending out invites, and then I'll also have a formal public notice here in the building as well. So
When do you think you'll know about the sports?
that's a good question. I'm already coordinating with the sports commission liaison. We'll likely have an answer to that by January.
So if we can, good question. If we can get the meeting in February, it will be a blockbuster meeting of budget conversation. We've already got a bunch of topics. Budget, fuel utilization study, potentially talking about PSMP IAC update, because we expect her to have the 5-year update by then. And any sports commission topics that we come up with. So I would actually also say, okay, so if it's in February. If it's in March, we'll have all those topics that we just spoke about by ourselves probably in February, which will be just as useful, maybe not from Jane Rudolph herself, which isn't as interesting or great for us, but regardless, we're still gonna be writing letters on all those topics, yeah? And in March, we would just focus on sports topics. So on that, if there's any hard-hitting sports topics, I know pickleball is definitely one of them. Please pass them along to Jill and myself, because I think that it would be valuable. We will be talking with the sports commission leads as well to talk about what the agenda, we have to agree on an agenda. I'd like to keep any open-ended conversation to a minimum, I'm guessing, but we should be talking about these things that we want to talk about with them. So pickleball will be on the table, yeah. So yeah, pass on any ideas you have for sports related conversations in January sometime, and we'll be reminding you in January as well as we're preparing.
And then
What day they meet?
Thursdays.
Thursdays?
yes.
Yeah.
I don't have a final I guess, list of dates from their commission, but I'll confirm that as well.
Okay.
And then, of course, for our meetings, our website will be rehauled for 2024, so you'll see the new dates there and any new links and everything related to our commission.
And just to fully be transparent for you all, we anticipate that we will be staying with Takis as our board liaison to this commission. Obviously, Marco will be staying with us. But yeah, but with new board members coming on, I don't know, we may not have Takis again for another year. We've had him now since he got on, so like 4
Yes.
years, right?
At least I would say 3,
3?
at least 3.
Okay, I don't
Yeah.
know when he got with it.
Yeah.
How long has it been since he's come to our meeting?
That's a very good
I
question.
believe
He
he
was at
came,
the field trip.
Yeah,
he was like a field trip,
That was the last time?
okay.
and I want to say he joined us late last year as well.
We should do that. We
Yeah.
can.
I think he also showed up at the field trip last year.
Yeah, he did.
Yes.
So
Twice a
also,
year. One in,
Yeah.
one out.
we'll keep you posted, because I know you all met with Takis. All of us did, right? No one was, yeah. I think I'm the only one who's had different liaison. I had Libby when I started, but if we do have a new board member, we'll make sure that they're well socialized with all of us as well. If not, we'll make sure Takis comes soon. Okay.
Speaking of which, we have the two new board members that'll be sworn in on Friday, actually. So.
And I've heard that they both, just talking a little bit, but I've heard that they both are very good on our issues. And so I'd like to test that.
Whoa. What do you mean by that?
They believe in land acquisition. They talked about it.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll see.
Thank you.
Cool. All right. Thank you, Marco. Do we have anything for the staff report today?
Nothing major. I did want to mention, I made an update to the staff report earlier this morning, just including the synthetic field renovations over at Williamsburg Middle School. Another item that I want to highlight as well, not also because it's one of my projects I'll be working on in the next year, but the Arlington Boathouse. So we will be going through the procurement process for that project within the next year, hopefully beginning the public engagement and the public facing portion of that towards the end of 2024 as well. So really looking forward to that project.
Does that go through the blueprint?
Yes, it'll be going through the master planning process. So it's an interesting process because we'll be master planning 2 sites. So it'll be one, which will be the lower boathouse portion, which is on National Park Service property. And then on the upper portion of the property, Upper Roslyn is what it's called, is county owned for the most part, but then there is some VDOT right of way there that will be coordinating with them. So
Sounds like a fun meeting.
it'll be a fun few next few months, I would say.
Where exactly is the location, again, as far as the, is it?
So for the lower boathouse, it's right above so where that pedestrian bridge on the Mount Vernon Trail connects to the like where the yes, Jefferson,
Roosevelt.
yes, Roosevelt. And then just north of there,
all got that.
there's a connection to the Potomac Heritage Trail.
Yeah.
So off of that connection on, I guess you could say the east side of that, that's where the potential location of the lower boathouse will be.
Cool, right? Nice.
But the upper,
Fun, beautiful. Yeah.
And then the upper location, so if you're heading into DC from Arlington, on the right-hand side is the connection off of, guess it's Langston Boulevard and the Mount Vernon Trail. And then there's like a right-of-way just north of there that's coned off right now. That right-of-way leads you into a wooded area where the potential Upper Roslyn location for the boathouse will be in. Right now, what will be master planned for that area will be ancillary facilities, so offices, restrooms, things like that. Master planning will occur at the same time for both facilities. How they will be delivered is still something that will be discussed, especially during this upcoming series of discussions related to the CIP.
Is there a project page yet?
Not yet, but there will be.
In the limited discussions we've had to date, that have made this like a spicy, I think, little fun project, is I think there's a anticipatory conflict that we can definitely help moderate between form over function. How do we make this an accessible place that is ultimately a public open space for all to use, while maintaining its explicit need for bougie boating, you know? And I'm not, this is not, I boat as well, but I think it's definitely an interesting push and pull here. The advocates for this boathouse and the reason it's finally getting to this point have deep pockets, but we're all going to benefit communally from it. And we have to maintain that, right? That point of view a little bit, which I'm excited for. It should be a public-private partnership made in heaven if we do it right.
That's great. What type of watercraft would be access to these buildings?
That's up for debate.
So right now, the main structure would house, kayaks, things of that nature to help support the APS
School rowing.
school rowing crew teams.
It's called shells.
Yes.
Shells,
Yeah.
And then there may be standing paddle boards, things like that, that may be stored there as well. And then we would have, the potential to station an emergency motorized watercraft, so that way, if there is anything, God forbid that there would happen, at least there would be that motorized boat that would be able to station there as well.
But that's just one.
That's just one,
So
yeah.
the crew teams, motorized boats that have to accompany them will come out of Thompson's or PB.
That's right.
Would not be housed.
Will not be.
That would, yes, at this point, that's what the master planning calls for, but that's something that we'll discuss further.
And just one little more footnote. Carolyn Haynes and I and a few of our colleagues went and did a tree inventory.
That's right.
I don't know if you've gotten a copy of that, but you're aware of it?
Yes, I'm aware of this. I'm aware of it. I don't think I've received the official report that was done,
Well,
but
it was nobody's, but I mean, it's not.
I think
done
you've
under
written
any
that in.
official. Well, I mean,
Name of the
we don't have any, official,
You didn't do
Yeah.
it under the auspices.
but one thing that we'll be contracting out as part of our master planning is an extensive survey of what's on there now and what could potentially happen in the future too.
yeah, because one of the points is to try to enhance the, use of native plants there because it's very not native plant infested right now. Full of cases. So, do you want me to try to get you a copy of that?
That'd be great. Yes, thank you. But yeah, I think that's it for staff reports, unless there's any other questions.
So glad you're gonna be working on it.
I know. All right, cool. All right. All right, I'm gonna move us then to other business. We have a few topics for other business, starting off with Jill with a reminder on the stormwater tax credit. Please go ahead.
Okay, so this is something that kind of percolated up into my consciousness late. It should have percolated up earlier, but as I hope all of you know, but as most Arlingtonians don't seem to know, the county is switching over to a fee structure from a tax. And that's going to commence in 2024 for use of water in 2023. So in accompanying the fee, there's an opportunity to get a credit if you did things in 2023. So I would just like to mention this to you guys who are involved in lots of things around Arlington, that if you've been involved with groups that have planted trees, that have picked up trash in the parks, that have done invasive plant removals, and those groups need to get a credit on their stormwater, then make sure they file their application for the credit by January 15th. That's the deadline to get the credit. And it's going to come as a shock to tax exempt entities that have not been subject to this tax, but will be subject to the fee. So things like churches, other 501c3s, or don't seem to have it on their radar, even though the county has been trying really hard. The notices for individual amounts that are due are going to come out in mid-January. I think this timing is a little bit unfortunate because by the time they get their notice of what their bill is, it might be too late to file for the credit.
Well, but there's been fair warning about credit
Yeah, and multifamily. I mean, well, it's the multifamily ones that I'm most worried about. Like, I've looked at some for several churches, they're like $8,000 and $9,000 a month.
It's big bucks.
It's, for a nonprofit that size, it can be,
Sure.
so I just want to mention it if you guys are involved in anything like that.
I just have a question, Jill. Do you find that you have any suggestions you'd like to put on record for staff on what we could do better to make that, just like from the PR standpoint, or socialize or better? Any precedent we want to point to of like program turnovers we thought they did better at publicizing these kinds of things for?
No, I mean, I think they've really tried very hard and I think they've done a lot. I just don't think people realize that they're gonna have to pay something until they get their individual bill.
And unfortunately, I think
They don't read the inserts.
person, the nonprofits, right? Ultimately. people-
Yeah. I mean, they've had meetings, I've had meetings with people trying to get them to take trees and they're like, no, we're not taking trees. So anyway, it's, so, and also look ahead to next year. If any of these groups that you're associated with, need their credits, make sure they go to Eco Action and get some free trees and send them to the parks. Send them to Gary, who oversees the Park Steward volunteer programs, and they can get credit that way. So thanks. I've had my coffee.
Thank you, Jill. All right, moving on. I just want to also mention, so I'll be sending out an email at the end of this meeting with just a list of reminders on 3 letters. First being these 2, plan of action and year in review. I'll put the deadline for January 10th. I'm just putting out a date for feedback on both of those. In addition, I've also put together a very quick use permit letter, super duper quick, that we're actually going to be sending out tomorrow at noon. And just as a reminder, we got a presentation in September from staff on, basically, I'm just going to give you the TLDR. You can also read this in the letter itself. But one of the recommendations that came out of the PSMP was to find more agile permit declarations that on a need basis, county board can implement for some specific measures. The specific measures are all in our favor, thankfully, and that's why we are supportive of this use permit amendment. Firstly, they want to seek amelioration of facility and hardware on an actual site plan so that we have more flexibility in our design. If, for example, we want a specialized piece of playground equipment or something that only fits in a specific configuration. If it's not, doesn't have precedent, it becomes really hard for us to put that into a new site plan. So we want to add some flexibility there. Secondly, we want to make sure that there's enough flexibility that we're not hitting things like the environmental stewardship of a site against good design. And so let's say, for example, again, stormwater plays an effect. We want to be able to have county board use permit plan to advocate for that environmental sustainability. And then thirdly, because we are still always, I feel like, oversighting parking spaces, the special use permit would allow for exemptions on increased parking lot space when appropriate, when we can limit it down, because it's in the middle of Clarendon, so there's lots of street parking or other such exemptions that would allow us to limit the parking spaces needed in the site plan. So that letter will be going out also this evening. We'll get that for a very quick turnaround. Mark will be sending it out tomorrow at noon to the county board. So look for that in your inboxes. That is a big update for you all that we didn't get out before this meeting. So yeah, any questions about letters that are going this month at all?
Actually, I just occurred to me about the Interjag letter, or the letter that Forestry Commission is thinking of sending with respect to the year-end funding.
Yes.
Do you want to summarize that?
Jill, please, you go for it.
So there is a thing, forgot the official name, but at the end of the year, if there's excess funds left over, they kind of accumulate them and then they put them into different categories. And one of the proposed categories was to do land acquisition, because that the critique that we've had in the past is that we don't have a bunch of money set aside so that when an opportunity to purchase something comes up, we don't, have to scramble to find the money. So somebody had made a proposal to put a bunch of money, I think it was over $2.5 million into a fund. That was changed by amendment proposed by Matt DeFerrante, I think. And it was voted, it voted through that reduced, or did it eliminate?
Eliminating it
Eliminated the whole fund.
on the basis, very circular, guys, how they do this, in my opinion. So we have lost out over the years, right, on properties that we could buy towards our 10-acre goal that the county has put out through the PSNP, simply because we don't have these funds on hand. Now we have this opportunity, and we felt really great that they were going to put 2.5 mil. But Matt,
The county manager's suggestion.
yes.
I thought at 5.
I thought 0 went.
I was
Let's
tracking
check.
that somewhere.
Okay,
Look
let's
at
check.
my.
I thought 0 ended up going in, because what the basis of taking out the money was that we'll just leave it in a general pile, and if we want to reallocate it to land acquisition down the line, we can. Which
One
totally
email
different.
said the county manager proposed that to pay $5 million in FY22 funding. County board member Lee Grundy offered an amendment to cut that in half to 2.5. Dorsey, Talento, and Karen
Yeah.
Thomas supported the motion.
Okay.
So they did end up putting in 2.5, but it was kind of the argument was like the other 2.5 that they halved it and it took away, it didn't get all allocated to anything specific. They were like, oh, we'll just put that back into the general pot and we'll use it. So it was kind of like, well, why not just go ahead and earmark it for land acquisition, and if you don't need it for that because
Hold
if no
on.
properties come up, then like spend it then. It was just like kind of weird positioning, like to the Energetic team, like why signaling, right?
The properties are gonna come up.
Right.
It's just a matter of when.
Yeah,
Not much.
right. So it's just very odd overall, and the timing of it was also very questionable. It just like this kind of came up in a 5-hour long meeting. It's like even longer than that. It starts at 4 hours, 57 minutes into the recording, this conversation. So it's just like there's no opportunity for meaningful engagement on this, and no one from Energeg was in the room when this happened and could speak to the importance of this. And it seemed like the county board members, other than Garvey, didn't really understand the significance of pointing, given how Takis has been engaged with this commission and other commissions for several years. It's support for this.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's the point, that's the subject matter of the letter that Forestry Commission is gonna write, and are we gonna do one too?
We definitely can. It's kind of like a post-mortem shame on you situation. We can also add our name too. We can see their letter and add our name to it
Yeah,
as well.
just to say, look, you should have done this, you should do it in the future. And hey, if you haven't spent the 2.5 yet, put it in there.
And this does remind me, Jill, you and I do need to talk with Takis about that. Takis also represents NBCT, which is our only land trust organization in this area. I'm also on the NBCT board, and I think that this is an extra shame. We have literally lost properties in conjunction with Arlington County because they didn't have any cash on hand. So, I mean, it just points, Turberg is our only gain this year, the Turberg property, and it was 0.3 acres. That's all we gained. We're never going to meet our goals if we don't put any money back. Anyways, okay. Thank you, Sarah. And so like, let's set our sights on that. Did Phil send something out on this letter already? No, not yet.
I don't know.
We'll track this. We'll track this. I do, if I see it, I'll let you both know. Yeah. And maybe we do something as our commission too, or we say we agree with our D as well.
It seems like everybody thinks so, right?
I think that the more allocation we get for carve outs, just for, I think land acquisition is a very important one, in my opinion. But we have to continue to fight for that. So, okay, we will see what we can do there. Okay. Last items. So this is my last meeting as chair. Jill will be taking over in January. Yes, very excited. So, I just want to share that I will be on the board or on the commission for one more year. I finish in the end of 2025. So for right now, just so you know, or the beginning of 2025. Yeah, the end of 2024. So just so you know, Sarah, I'm gonna sign up as vice chair right now for 2024. I can only be it for 2024, right? But the idea is that we're looking to have a vice chair who can not only support Jill in these 2 years, but who would be down to take on as chair after her 2-year stint, so starting in 2026. I just want to put it out there. We have some ideas. We think you all would be great candidates for vice chair. But if anyone has any explicit interest or things have changed and we've come to you before, please let Jill or I know that you are interested in being vice chair because it's really not that much more commitment. I will say, and Jill, please tell me if I'm laying this out differently. I will say it's basically like 2 more meetings a month in addition to this one. Planning with a beautiful meeting with Marco, usually the day of, we planned this meeting. And then an additional touch point with Takis. The other chair and vice chair responsibilities is to be points of contacts on some of our more high staff points meetings. So sitting on Energag, being part of the PSMPIAC, which is our touch point to Jane and her admin office as well. But other than that, it's really just being engaged in this work and yeah, helping out the commission, volunteerism in any way you can. So yeah, call to reach out to us if you're interested. And yeah, we will find a vice chair this year. Okay. In this next year, I also want to mention that my focus is going to be on succession planning. So how do we create a good pipeline of all you guys becoming chair one day? Everyone will be chair one day. And also making sure we have a good pipeline of new commissioners who are coming in. We're not at our cap right now, and it's because we're holding positions for qualified candidates. So not only if you know anyone who think that would be good, obviously pass them by, they'll get an automatic interview if you need that tie-in to get them to join. But I'm also hoping we can rely on the DEI office to help us out. They, to be transparent, have not been so helpful on this issue. They fix problems that aren't a problem so far for us. For example, creating more of a process of how you sign up for the commission now will be a little bit more process driven with like a application portal, like you're applying for a job. No one asked for that. So we'll see how that goes. But we need help with identifying how, I mean, I think, and if you guys feel differently, like let me know, but I feel like the majority of folks who join these commissions are individuals who are already really well rooted in our community, who someone tells them that commissions exist. And then down the line, when they have more time, they come and join us. And it's a flawed system because we should have voices from all stages of the, you know, ingrained in Arlington mindset. When I first joined, I was like 23 and had just lived in Northern Virginia. That was my only qualification. So like, we can have more folks like that contribute. That's yep.
Yeah.
Yep. 6 years of capitalism will do that. But yeah, I think we'll have a great 2024 and beyond. And it's just about getting organized, figuring that out. I am remiss to note that I missed one thing in the commissioner report section. Marco very kindly from the November meeting highlighted in purple the positions that folks volunteered for, but we couldn't officially bring you guys in because we didn't have a quorum. So I see Alex, Gary, Adam, Claire on this list.
Sure, do you know what I can do? I can put that agenda on the screen so we can see those projects,
Sure.
just so that everyone has awareness of what we're talking about here.
Perfect. And if you have any changes to your commitments, just let us know. Otherwise, we will take it as final.
Okay, so what we have noted here, actually, I'll share my screen so that folks on the
Yeah,
call see this as well. Yep. All right, so in our previous meeting, as our chair has noted, we have some potential appointments that are identified in purple for the 4 Mile Run Joint Task Force, Gulf Branch Stream Restoration, the Public Facilities Review Committee, and I guess a second participant for the Red Lion Inn site plan. Within this list, there are 2 new site plan projects. The Crystal City Block W project at 2541 Crystal Drive. I actually have the list of site plans here on my computer. That first project is a rezoning, a new site plan, a new Crystal City Block plan, and minor site plan amendment. Actually, the first LRPC meeting is tonight, so that's actually occurring right on the 3rd floor. For this project.
Now,
Head on up as soon
I
as we're
know.
done.
we knew about this one.
You bring cookies, I'll let you talk.
I know.
LRPC, the Long Range Planning
Yeah,
Committee.
bring the cookies will be.
And they are discussing any open space projects next meeting, so I chose not to.
And there will be a public space, or there is a public space impact on that project, potentially. The NSTA site is a major site plan amendment. That's at 1840 Wilson Boulevard, sorry.
What does NSTA stand for?
Teachers Association? Oh, interesting.
So that will be incorporating a new site plan area onto the existing area, demolishing the existing building, and constructing a new building containing 188 residential units and approximately 12,000 square feet of retail or equivalent space.
We know if that's the same site plan that's gonna be consolidating the roadside grill, if that's right there as well.
No, that's down the block.
No, they're right next to each other.
Are they right next to each other?
That's where it is.
I believe, yes, I believe that is right next door.
Area of certain.
Yeah, it's the exact same one, okay.
But they're consolidating it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm down to volunteer for the Crystal City Block 1. I will be free from some of my responsibilities.
Not many.
Yeah, but some,
Just saying.
I'm down to do that one. Anyone in courthouse or that area want to take on the NSTA one?
Certainly put my name on for it, but depending on how long,
Okay.
like when the process starts,
Yeah.
when it goes. Back to this.
All right, Sarah for right now.
Do we have a sense of when that's gonna start?
It went to SPRC, like the site plan was approved in November, so it says.
So January would make sense.
Yes, but there's nothing posted on it. And the review process.
Would you be down to be backup, Pam?
Yeah, I'm gonna be moving into my last semester of school, so after the semester, I can jump right into that. Like,
So
Oh, awesome.
the project webpage for NSTA just details that there was an acceptance early last month, and then a walking tour to be coming soon, I guess. So that it could be anytime this upcoming year.
All right.
Here's-
early May.
Yeah,
So maybe
not bad.
like 3 weeks.
A good-
lack of
yeah.
coverage.
A good
This feels
overlap
like a
though.
good
I'm happy with that.
You can drive back.
Yeah, we should talk about that.
You can drive back.
We can shame her later.
So
Okay.
just wanting to confirm, so for NSTA, we have Sarah and we have Neil. And then for Crystal City Block W, so far we've identified Trudy. And is there a secondary rep? that we
I
want?
promise I'll be at all the meetings, so being my backup will not be hard for this one.
It would be a great learning opportunity.
I agree. Has anyone not done one of these before? You wanna do it? Okay, be my backup. Let's do it.
Yeah.
This one will have an interesting
Shadow
open
anyway.
space aspect to it because it is part of the Crystal City.
Green ribbon or whatever they're calling it.
Right.
Green ribbon, is that a
Well, it's a Crystal City Block plan, yeah.
block plan?
Yeah.
Green ribbon, I forgot about that one. Wow.
Since we've had it before for the SPRC.
Yeah. So I have those 2 noted, and then I would assume then those items that are that have folks identified in purple, I think we're all good to go for those. Okay,
Thank you, guys.
great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think the only other one that I think is interesting to talk about is the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission liaison.
Yeah.
we should think about that one a little bit more, Joe. Someone should take that on. I'd like.
Who
to
was
be-
that?
It used to be
Cole.
Cole.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before that, it was David Howell.
Right. I think, so for those of you who are not on Energag, the value of Energag has really been for the chairs of the commissions to be able to talk. We also have unprecedented access to the natural resources stuff, which obviously on our side, we don't ever talk to. And Alonzo and his team are just a wealth of information that, no shade, we just don't get on the planning side of the business, right? In contrast, I think that the Forestry Natural Resources Commission liaison has more of a in-depth look at our joint issues that we're covering, which is very different from what the Energag purpose is. So in general, it should be someone who's more deep in the issues, interested in bringing what Forestry Natural Resources is doing to our commission, right? So historically, we've tried to make the FNRC person also an Energag member, and I'd like us to challenge that belief, basically.
Well, and also, there's a proposal so that Energag stands for Natural Resources Joint Advisory Group. But that may be going to quarterly.
It is going quarterly,
So that would take away
some of that.
a little bit of the burden. But
So
they're
then-
very, very helpful.
Yeah, not to dissuade it, but maybe the new vice chair could also be the FNRC rep.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about that.
Also wanted to see if anyone on the call, Gretchen or Melissa, had any thoughts about assignments or appointments or any other items that we've just discussed.
Yes.
I do actually, a quick question.
Yeah.
So a couple of the site committees I'm on haven't met for a while. I don't know if like, at what point do we only take off the notation of it when the building's complete and done, or like, when does that go away from the list, basically?
Very good question.
So when it goes away is when the project has been, I guess, adopted by the county board, and there would not be any other need for representation either from this commission or others. So once that occurs, we can make that update. It's pretty easy. And then if there's any other projects that need to be noted, we'll update those as we get information from our colleagues in CPHD. Matt Pfeiffer has been really good at informing me about any new site plan projects that are coming through, including those either in the long range phase or those that are starting off for SPRC.
Oh, okay, great.
If there's one that you think should be removed or added, let Marco know, basically.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll double check. It just feels like I thought mine had hit their like feedback point.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure, so I'll double check that.
Give it a check, give it a check. Yeah, I know.
Awesome.
And also, we do a cleanup periodically that probably needs to happen, to your point.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I never saw the conclusion on that, but it's not on our list.
Yeah. I think it did
I
get
think it
wrapped
did,
up.
yeah.
I remember us writing a final letter. I think it did.
Because that was the one where staff was going to reject the application. Voted doc.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
And there's not usually when the SPRC, like the site plan review process is finished, the project page has a sentence. It's like, this was approved by the county board on this date, and the project page doesn't. have-
County board meeting in September of 2023 is what I have it noted. Let me see.
I felt like we finished whatever we needed to do.
I mean, the site plan meetings ended, like the SPRC meetings ended, but I don't remember it ever actually going to the board because staff were still talking to me.
The records say that it went in September, and Marco's looking at the September meeting minutes.
Yeah, so it was a regular agenda item in September. It was item number 53. And there was a staff report written that recommended approval.
So then it got approved.
And I letter about
Sneaky speaks.
that. We told the same down. Rejecting it.
It's very interesting. Who told you to stand up? I don't know, Bernie. That's something to keep in mind. Okay.
I just have a question about when parks are up for reevaluation or whatever you call it, planning. What is the process for us to be involved in?
So yeah, that's a really good question. So as part of the projects that you see on this list for commission member reports, once we have a master planning effort identified, so for example, Arlington Boathouse, we'll have one for Gateway Park in Roslyn as well. Can't remember any other ones at this, oh, Metro
Might be-
Market Square in Crystal City. These are all projects that'll likely have these headings. So once we identify when the public process will begin, then we'll have that call on to the commission to see if anyone would want to follow and track that.
So
And that
it's
would
a
be the
very
park.
similar process. to-
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the parks master planning process.
Okay,
So remember when we did Met Park, it's the same kind of process.
yeah,
where
okay.
First goes through the site plan, then we get the parks. We work with staff.
So
and
there,
it trickles back out.
so then for example, for Arlington Boathouse, we won't have any coordination with like a site plan project, for example. This will be a standalone park master planning effort.
Okay,
Yeah.
With its own designee from our.
okay. So if so Jean Henceforth, I think her name is, who has come to speak to us a couple of times about, is it Lee Park?
Mhm.
So if that park were to get on this list, then we would find out about it and we would be.
Yeah, so
Right,
whenever they're, I guess, once we have from our communications group and then from our leadership identified when that master planning effort will begin for community engagement. Right before that, we would want to have at least someone from the Park and Recreation Commission, Forestry and Natural Resources Commission. If there are program sports involved, someone from the Sports Commission follow and track these efforts as well.
Any other questions for the commission? Otherwise, we will adjourn and just chat. Yeah,
One question. Joan, do you think it'd be appropriate to spend a minute talking about the Stretcher Parks program? Or I can also write something up and just send it to Mark and he can.
chat about it. We have time.
No,
here.
we have plenty of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Audubon Society of Northern Virginia has started up a program called Stretcher Parks. And the project is basically one in which private property owners who have property adjacent to existing parks are approached to see if they're willing to allow us to remove non-native invasives from their property and plant natives, and otherwise create a natural environment in their property, which would effectively expand the breadth of the natural area in the parks. And so that's sort of underway now. And Jill's been a bit involved with it over at between Upton Hills and Bill Branning's park. And there are 5 or 6 other locations where the Audubon folks are looking into doing the same. They have a place in Alexandria. We're of course trying to convince them to do more of it in Arlington because, as discussed earlier in the meeting today, it's hard to get Arlington County to purchase land to add to our parks. So this is a way of trying to help make up for that. So, yeah. So anyway,
Very,
long
very
as-
cool.
The county board doesn't try to take credit. God, well,
right, yeah, we don't want to have that happen, right?
What also has the potential to save the county a fair bit of money too, because most of the invasive species, or a lot of them that pop up in the parks, are put there by adjacent landowners and they escape into the parks.
Yeah.
So if you're able to deal with that before they ever get into the parks, we're not paying IPC however much money we're paying. for that
Exactly,
to remove
yeah.
it.
That's actually the situation with Jill's Park up in Hills. There's a retirement facility right next to it called
Low income, yeah, affordable housing, retirement.
housing. And it's just packed with non-native invasives that are going to jump into Jill's Park if we don't take them out.
They were hanging over the fence, like,
Literally.
we had cleaned up from the fence and then there's porcelain berries, just hanging over the fence.
So is it right
annoying.
now designed to be volunteer based from the
Yeah,
silos? Yeah.
entirely volunteer based.
And where does the funding come for the plants?
Different places.
Different
You
places,
can get grants or.
grants or
So who's
something.
responsible for getting that?
Audubon. no,
Audubon is
Audubon,
working that? Okay. And so all the owner has to do is agree to allow volunteers on their property to do this?
Pretty much. I mean, we like to include them as best we can. In fact, we would like to call upon them as a source of volunteers. And
Sure.
hopefully that will happen.
They're getting, in essence, private benefit from it as well.
Well, especially now with
We're gonna
the
have to-
stormwater credit.
Yeah.
Right?
You know, so we're actually trying to figure out, Elmwood Lockwood is both Arlington County and Fairfax County. It's spread both jurisdictions. So we're trying to figure out if our work would get them stormwater credit.
Also, they're gonna have to maintain it, especially in the first couple of years, otherwise
Yeah, because
stuff doesn't.
it's just wasted effort. Exactly. So that's so important. It's a long-term commitment.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
Well, I'm sorry to.
No, no, thank you.
Okay.
No, it's a great program. I'm really glad that you mentioned it.
So then another one of those services we should have in our back pocket to call on when they're thinking about solutions.
Does anybody else have anything that they want to share? Excuse me for.
Yeah.
A couple months ago, when we had the Gulf Branch Restoration meeting and we wrote the letter, and there was a lot of discussion about how the county was managing this project and what they were omitting and what they should be prioritizing. I brought it up at the time, and I still think it's worthwhile to invite someone from the county to come talk to us about this, and so that we can have them kind of on the spot instead of just being one of a group of people asking questions in a hurried meeting, and start pressing them on what their plans are. How do they prioritize these projects? Why aren't they building smaller projects? Why do they just build big ones? If we want them to start reassessing these, we need to start asking questions. There's also a lot of reassessment of the value of stream restoration projects going on right now. And I don't know that has filtered down to Arlington County staff.
Yeah, it is a priority. Marco knows about it. We want to get stormwater management folks in our meeting early 2024. But I think that your point is well heard. It's not just about grilling them, it's also about understanding what the priorities are here.
And actually, may be related, may not be, but for January, we actually do have the county's climate policy and coordination chief, Bill Egger, will be joining us for a presentation and discussion. So if you have any questions or any topics that you want to have just further details on or discussion, let me know and we can go ahead and coordinate that. I'll be meeting with him early next week to talk about the January meeting.
So Jill and I have already prompted Marco with a few of our ideas, including what are the 2024 priorities. Okay, so this, just as a reminder, this is the individual who, okay, the county put out this job posting last year that was like, climate change czar, basically. We love it. Let's hire someone to just handle all these issues. We have had no access to the candidate though. And finally, we're now being able to talk to him. So my first question is, what are you thinking is the most important things that you think you should be working on? Let's get that out in the open so we can figure out what is on the plate. Jill brought up some very good points as well about like what our priorities are right now. But if you have anything that, you know, we've been waiting to talk to this person for a long time. If you have anything you'd like to have him primed with. Yeah, go ahead.
His thoughts on the county freedom.
Yeah, well, yeah, we discussed that at least 3 times now. This is the 3rd
No,
time.
awesome. Would you agree? Anything else that comes to mind? You have time on that one too.
Well, I mean, so yeah, the community energy plan is up for CP, yeah, is up for 5-year.
Yeah.
Reassessment, which kind of prompted the idea of going to a conference.
Right, yeah, I'm saying we should get his input. Does he think this is missing, you know, to understand, like, is he supportive of this or not?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Forestry already sent their letter, so he should be aware of it. We did not send one. But I think it's a good idea to discuss it with him.
And as far as I know, he hasn't yet met with the other Energize commissions. So he came to Energize. He did come to Energize, but he hasn't met with the commissions one-on-one. So this is our first opportunity to give him the real deal sauce and not just the watered down.
And let me just say, if I can speak about, I'm allowed to speak about what we discussed with Takas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I brought this discussion to Takas about CEP and climate action plan. And especially, I also brought what's on my heart, which is the trees that are falling down because there's so much erosion in the streams because of the stormwater outflows from the streets. The reaction I got from Takas actually made sense. I don't know why I hadn't thought of it myself. And that is, well, if we're going to reduce those outflows, we got to reduce the amount of street space, street area, you know. So it gets involved with transportation, right? And the whole, you know, the transportation stuff. So I think that supports the idea of doing a climate action plan.
So what did he say? How do you reduce?
He didn't have a plan.
It just seems like, you know.
Well, I mean, you're over
Were
here.
you gonna close streets or?
No.
narrow them or what?
No, you got right. What you have right now is you have these, you know, very leafy suburban streets next to our best streams. And it acts like they're having a party, you know, like they could park 40 or 50 cars per house almost. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but you know, the point is we could reduce the street parking area, we could reduce the size of the street, and then we could also put in stormwater retention facilities, you know, at the cul-de-sacs that back up to the streams.
Right, I think that's a better option. I mean, you're gonna have a lot of blowback if you ask anyone to reduce the street size for the parking. It's gonna,
No.
that's a.
It is,
Good luck with it.
we're gonna have a war, neighborhood by neighborhood, street by street, people fighting back against the loss of the parking in front of their houses. It's
Which
happened,
is why we need.
it happens in every jurisdiction. It's something that staff has had very little stomach for, and I don't blame them one bit. So is not an easy thing to do.
Also so peculiar because they're all zoned, so they're all like left at like 25% capacity. So strange.
Say that again?
Like, because they're all zoned parking, so you have to have the zone permit to park there for like most hours of the day.
Not a lot
Not
of,
in
a lot
these
of, a lot of
leafy
these, a
suburbs.
lot of these places.
So those aren't zoned?
No.
Oh,
We go
okay.
far enough
Deep,
north.
Okay. Oh, so.
It's really the metro, anything
Keep it
closer
all
to the metro.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you
Keep
go
it
all the way
I wasn't aware of that. Just in there
It's a
also.
different world.
You gotta go.
Hey,
Park there, you gotta go.
free.
find
Yeah, I
it.
like this.
But I think this is the dilemma, right? It's like, do we want comprehensive stormwater management or do we want to have
No trees.
neighborhood by neighborhood fights? Yeah.
Well, I mean, and so, yeah, so we have to be in the conversation. And if we believe that we should be pushing in this direction, then we should be doing that. But I mean, I think we have to come to our opinion first. I think we actually have.
But it's incentives. for people.
And I think one avenue for this, which might be the easiest one, at least for staff, would be to advocate for this within neighborhoods, so that instead of neighborhoods saying, hell no, we don't want to lose this stuff, the ground has been prepared, and you have people who live on streets who say, yes, we want this. We want our parks to be less impacted by this. We now understand this problem, and it is okay if I lose one of the 2 parking spots that I don't have to have in front of my house.
Because I already have an impermeable driveway.
Exactly.
Let's maybe keep that in mind. If such when we get our hands on the stormwater management staff, our advocacy can be asking them to have similar conversations with the neighborhood commissions. and stuff.
It's also us going to our neighborhood,
Yeah.
Commissions, our citizens associations, and advocating for us as people who live there.
Well, I mean, what's telling is that the Gulf Branch neighbors downstream where there is all this terrible erosion are the ones who came to the stormwater staff and said, why aren't you doing something about our side of the stream? The ones who are downstream of Military.
Right.
So, you know,
I'd like to-
that's where
why
we
don't
can
you
start.
doing something about it. So-
Well, I mean, yeah, well, it has to.
There are just some,
Unilaterally, like
I
change.
mean, there are
the
some
subject.
county where, as far as streets are concerned, that it's just not gonna happen. The streets are too narrow. There are lots of utility conflicts under the ground. I mean, there's just no space for it. But then there are other places where there are streets are quite wide, and where there's a lot of room
And especially right next to these streams that
Yeah.
would really, I think.
I live in a setback right next to Scott Run, and there's county staff there more days than not. We have terrible management down there. I don't have.
It's about run, you mean? Yeah, I mean, they're working on it all the
Long
time.
66, yeah. Anyways,
It might be worth, part of the comprehensive plan is the stormwater master plan updated.
Yeah.
That might be a good touch. Because I think that's what it comes down to is very discussion of policies to mitigate this in a planning document is kind of to getting people on the ground to about it. It's not documented in this part of the comp plan. I'm not sure what it's supposed to do. I think that's worth discussing.
and perhaps as a question for the climate guy, what is the plan to update the stormwater management?
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
not to mention when we get the stormwater people. land update.
Yeah, we can bring these issues up more than once. And I guess then also, like, if there's any other, in 2022 and 2023, we made an effort to educate ourselves on some PRC 101 topics. We are worthy of refreshing on any of those things. So I know we do an annual, refresher on things that we need to know about, like the budget and stuff like that, which will come towards the beginning of the year. But if there are any other special topics that we think would warrant some help, let us know. When did we last do that site plan review?
That was one I was gonna mention now. I think we've had a few that we've already looked at as things we want to have on a rotation every year. So site plan process was one of them. I believe the role of the urban design team was another one. We had a really great presentation from them. I think it was in May or June of last year. And then there could be some others related to DES, transportation, stormwater management, all of that. That could potentially be a yearly thing.
Did we ever do one on budget?
We did one, yeah, that's the one with Jane, and we'll do another one this year with her.
Well, oh, but that's just the DPR budget, just in general, like what it all means.
We haven't done.
There's a difference between like the DPR budget and the budget process.
That's what
and
I
how
meant.
it fits into, I think that's what, yeah.
Yeah,
Got-
so
have it.
you want one on the
The
process.
budget process.
That's a good
That's a good
question. And maybe we try and do that one towards the end of the year, honestly, so it becomes relevant by
Well,
the time you talk about the budget the next year.
we're gonna be talking about the budget in February,
Right,
so, might be worth having 20 minutes
January.
in January
If we
to just
can.
like do a little process for people who are new.
overview from someone.
Let me see if I can potentially coordinate that.
If not as a recurring item, it would be great to do it, I think, towards the end of the year each year. So that way we don't run into this challenge, because they're preparing the budget right now. We don't have time.
Yeah,
And if worst comes worst, if there's no person, maybe there's a presentation or some
That's a good point.
documents that
or maybe Shruti,
explains the process.
Shruti and I could come up with,
I think staff.
okay. But just to break it down in its most basic building blocks, there's an operating budget that gets approved for a 2-year period, and then there's a capital budget that gets approved for a 2-year period. So every other year, we get a capital budget that we can comment on, and then every year we get an operating budget that we can comment on. So
Both are
This-
proposed by the county manager.
It's not really a budget. The capital is a capital plan
sorry,
that
right.
designates how much money we're gonna bond, all that kind of stuff. It's not really a budget itself, but it's, right.
Yeah, it's capital, so,
And it looks at 10 years as opposed to the operating.
but it's updated every 2
years.
years, so, but it does, but they do approve it on a 10-year.
Okay. Any other comments or anything for on the record combos you want to have today? Okay, not hearing any. Thank you for joining us on Zoom or on Teams as well. We will see everyone on January 16th for our virtual meeting, our first one of 2024. Thank you for helping us meet quorum today.
Right, thank you,
And I just
everyone.
want to say a big thank you to Shruti for
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Shruti.
I'm
Yeah.
very excited to be on for another year. It's gonna be hard.
You are.
Yeah. I know, the Parks and Recreation Commission really defined my 20s for me. Now I feel old, but not that much wiser, and it's been nice to cultivate this as part of my life.
And just in case you didn't know, she's going to be the chair,
I'm already am,
of the Northern
unfortunately.
Virginia Conservation Trust.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
I had a long conversation with Kurt Mosier.
Oh, you did?
Just is a big fan.
I love him. Yeah. Yeah, the trust, the land trust, we have a bunch in this area, but it's the only one that serves Arlington. I think it's one of our main tools for land acquisition in our area left. And I believe in their mission and the way that they collect their money is good. But I also think it's really pivotal for Arlington. We just opposed the Digital Gateway project, which is a tech, the data center project out in Dulles area. Because it's basically a use permit designation change for the Dulles area to allow for data centers in residential zoned areas, which is a gateway we see to it being commercialized over protected for parkland, right? There's an argument of like, if the data center isn't there, does it become a shopping mall instead? But the public should have,
Residential.
right, and the public should have an opinion that is informing that change. If that's how wildly different it goes from like a buying and selling perspective.
Right.
But it does look like it'll be approved.
Does it?
Data centers win again.
Ah,
Yeah, so this is out in Sterling.
what county is that?
Fair, it's Loudon,
Loudon.
yeah, this is Loudon, yeah, this is Loudon County. The digital gateways for Loudon County, yeah.
They call it a gateway?
Digital gateway is the beautiful moniker they made this plan, like I think that's a good name.
Thought it was like a gateway drug.
I know. Yeah, so the service territory goes down now to Stafford County, which is not Northern Virginia in my mind, but we'll take it. But we do have a lot of membership from here as well. Phil on Forestry National Resources is also, Phil Klingenhofer is also on NBCT as well. So we try and fight the good fight for Arlington.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank
Let us
you.
adjourn.
Thank you, everyone,
You.
and happy holidays.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.